Hello, 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 hello. All right, let's go. Hello, we're on floor 2 of this massive factory, so we're not going to waste any time. We've got a lot to do. Right, so we are here. And I've had to think about it. I've been musing on this. What we might do... Oh, hey DS, how you doing? How's your day going? What we might do is we might actually work out how much of these smelters go to each one of these, and we might separate the outputs. Because having them all run into one singular belt... Well, one, we don't have enough. We don't have a belt that can run this much iron ingots, for one. Two, it's just going to be real difficult to separate it. So we're going to figure out, you know, how much is 300, which I'm pretty sure these 10 are 300. Right. So this one specifically can go to iron rods. And then we'll work out. It's going to be a little bit weird because 675 doesn't go into 30 very well. No, you can't downclock a segment of belt. Unfortunately, you're stuck with the numbers. That would be a cool idea though. If you could overclock belts. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, right. I was like, have I been playing this game completely wrong? You can't. You can only overclock. So what you probably could do is like overclock 1 to, well, 630, 660. You could overclock 1 to 45 and then underclock 1 to 15. And that would, actually, that's not a bad idea. We might. I've convinced myself we're going to do that. Okay, so if this is a second floor, right? This is the constructor floor. Geez, the assembly floor is going to be pretty high. It's going to be pretty high. Put it on zoom. Right. So we'll go out as far as this goes. Yes. We need to think about it. We need to think about it in this actual layout, right? So this takes 20 constructors, this takes 22, and this takes 38. I think the 38 are going to be in this big area here, right? Because they're going to take most of the space. So at the other end, which is about the same amount of space, it's going to be 22 and 22. So I'm wondering, I wonder how high up we can go. So I'm wondering if we can do iron rods here, the iron plates here, and then the screws in this area. It might not need that much space, but then again, 38 constructors is pretty big. All right. There's only one thing to do, and that's just start. This game is just like, much like a lot of factory games, right? It's just overwhelming, the scale at which you have to do things. And like, there's nothing you can do, but like, you can, you know, try to massively overplan it, but honestly, you've just got to grit your teeth and start doing it, and it kind of tends to just fall together after that. We're probably going to run out of concrete again here. I think in my first playthrough that I played through in like 2021 or something, I made a heavy modular frame factory here, but I reckon given the size of this thing, I reckon I made one that made like 1 or 2 a minute. This one's going to be 10, so this is going to be a significantly bigger project. All right, we are out of concrete. I feel like we just should just go get some. Now that we have a hypertube here. I'm glad it amuses me. I had a little chuckle when I thought of it too. I do try to put some effort into my titles most of the time. Yeah, I thought this one was a good one. But we've got like a full amount. Well, I mean, we did start like 15 minutes late, but we got the full amount of time today. So my goal today, if I don't get sidetracked by anything else, which I probably will, is to get this factory done. Whether that happens remains to be seen. Yeah, Edge Mountain, I know. It's all about the aesthetics. Ignore this factory, but yes, it's all about the aesthetics. We've got a sink for concrete, don't we? We'll take the 500 that's there. I'm assuming this is uploading fast and it's happening. We'll take what's in here. But I think we should probably change this. That is like fully overclocked too. Oh, because we do, okay, right. What we should do here, it would be seriously tempted to try blueprinting tube catapults. Yes, I've seen videos of that. I've seen videos of that. So because we're redoing the SAM in the actual place, and they're going to be making actual fluctuators, get rid of this. And we can put in an industrial storage. And we can put in a smart splitter. Right, isn't it? Yeah. But yes, those are hypertube launchers. Like the videos that I've seen is they've set like those like multiple chain together catapults, and they like catapult you all the way across the map, and they land on one of these little green jelly things. I don't know how there is a dismantle crate there. Isn't that weird? Sometimes I feel like this game is like a little bit broken. Like, don't tell anyone because everyone loves this game. But like, what is that? I really doubt I did that. Anywho. Yes, the hypertube chains at launch. I probably will build it by the end of the game, right? Because they're probably very useful for getting across the map very easily. I would not be trying that Hyperloop style. Yeah. I don't know. Might be a bit of fun, you know? Okay. So center is overflow and left is any. So it originally tries to fill up the deposit, dimensional deposit, and once that's full, it will start filling this up with concrete. But instead you hop into a tube that spits you out at 45 degrees. Ah, yeah. I think I know what you're talking about. So not like the massive cannon one. It's just like... Yeah, okay. And so if you want to get out of the tube that spot, you just change directions. Otherwise, you'll just keep going. That's a smart idea. What's this using? 112. Let's make 112. Okay. I wonder if we could increase this a little bit. Oh yeah, 112. So we'd need that to be 225. And then, of course, 225 would require 3. Cool. All right, so that should take care of concrete for a little bit. I mean, we're creating 60 a minute. We're probably going to be using it way faster than that, but that's a better system than what we had before, which is better than nothing, I suppose. That'll do. I mean, we'll just have to build the floors a little bit slower than we would like, but that's fine. Sorry. It'll be quicker once we can actually use our trains to get here. Because trains, I feel like they definitely, I don't know whether they go faster, but like the train lines tend to go a bit quicker than these do. Also, I reckon as soon as I turn this on, this power grid is going to actually shit itself. Need a... Although we're not using, like, we're obviously nowhere near its capacity, but I feel like we'll probably deal with that after, because we got to go make more rubber anyway, which is going to make more turbo fuel. So what is my biggest power station type? So, I mean, you can't really see it here, but there is an enormous rubber and plastic factory here. And we are training coal and sulfur in, and we're turning the fuel byproduct into turbo fuel, which we're feeding into generators here. So there's a big turbo fuel generator. I mean, it's not big, it's only like 20 generators, but it's not big in terms of some of the things that I've seen in this game, but it's big in relative terms to this save file. But we're going to, because this requires 200 rubber. So we're currently making 240 rubber, but the modular engines back at the main base, which are currently being sunk, require some rubber, more than 40 a minute. So we're going to go and we're going to go double our rubber production. Once we've done this, we're going to go double our rubber production. Whatever the fueled by product is, which will be about this much, will also turn into turbo fuel, which will be more generators. So the power should take care of itself. It'll just be built after this factory is done, which I know is not the way you're supposed to do it. You're supposed to make sure the power grid can handle the factory first, but I feel like I've been putting this modular frame factory off for so long that I just need to do it. Even if the power, even if it like, we have to then disconnect it to have to build the other thing. That's fine. Am I saving tickets for anything? No, I'm not. Actually, we probably should spend. I reckon there'll be a bunch of tickets in there now. Where are you? 28. So we've bought most things. There's only a couple of things we still need to buy. Okay, so this first lot of 300 is going to 20 iron rod constructors. Which I think comes out here. What we might do, so that's 300. So do that, and we can put our conveyor lift holes in. We know where that needs to be if we ever need to rebuild it. I mean, eventually the tickets just run out of useful, other than to buy parts with, right? They eventually, you run out of things to buy, which we're getting pretty close to, really. Okay, so now we need 20 iron rod constructors. What I'm thinking we might do, go 4 lots of 5, and we'll just split and split. See what that looks like. Three, 4. Yeah, that's like, it's not close to overcoming going over the central line, but like that's going to be enough. It's going to fit this space nicely, I think. Then if we want a splitter, Even with the hover pack, I still managed to like accidentally walk just over. And it nudges one too far. Seems to be the spacing, right? Yeah. Oh, wait, did we build too many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, we did 2. Okay. That's fine. So then we need a merger. I think we might have done this wrong. Yeah. We've completely forgotten the fact that we have a logistics flaw. That we just haven't built yet. So that's why we build these, I guess. So, okay. So 15 is... Yeah, okay. Yeah. 20 at 15 a minute makes 300 bats and shit. But Mark 1 should be fine for all of this. Then merge. That's even, isn't it? That looks pretty even. Unfortunately, all of these things just don't click together. Like, they're not Lego clickable. So... you need to redo this one. That looks all nice and even, right? Okay. Three, 4, 5. We built 6 again, didn't we? We did, but also these are all the wrong way around. Oh dear God. Three. Let's try and do like basic on one hand finger counting correctly here. 4, 5. Oh, no wonder they were so yellow. Yeah, no wonder these things were yellow when we try to click them in. Okay. You're so wrong. So these will be producing 150. Okay. Oh, right. Yep. I did have it the right way the first time, but like not on purpose. Just, let's keep that there. So that does actually need to be the input. Should have known because the flat edge is on this side, but this was a round edge this way. Three, 4, 5. Wahoo. All right. Which means these all need to be changed from mergers to splitters. All right, we're all on the same page now. That's not right. Am I really gonna... Is this gonna annoy me enough for me to do this again? Yeah. Yeah, it is. Okay. So, about me finishing this factory today. Gonna happen? Not gonna happen? It's also the wrong way around. Cool. So it needs to be 1. That looks more even now, right? Just watch me build the same 5 constructors over and over again for like 3 hours. That'll be fun. So there needs to be a splitter here too. Some for belt, but this will be split to 150. Splitting off from here can be rebuilt. Good to see someone get impressive values out of Satis. Yeah, I think it's interesting. Obviously I'm probably just not using it right. But like, I just don't, it's not big. I mean, I also haven't researched Mark II yet, but like, I'd rather it be wider and shallower. Like, shorter is probably the word I should use. I'd rather it be wider and shorter than like this box, because I maybe it's just not my style, but I don't tend to build up that much. I tend to build wide. I assume the Mark II's a lot bigger, so, but the Mark II requires like 100 heavy modular frames, which is why I'm building this first. So I think as soon as I've built this factory and I wait 10 minutes for 100 to be made, I'll make it. But yeah, and I probably should do something like this, but then again, every factory is different, so like the blueprint's not that. Yeah, again, I'm probably just doing it wrong, but I personally haven't found a great use for it either. Not like, for example, the Dyson Sphere project blueprints, which are like, it's the bit like they're just the best time-saving thing ever. Okay, so that's 10 out of 20. I'm glad that the concrete amount is staying quite high too. Good. So this one actually is merges this time. Is that lined up? I don't think it is. There we go. Which means we want it'll be that one, right? That'll be too close. Maybe it's not. Maybe it is this one. Look even. That's pretty even. That means the next line of constructors need to be like there. And we just need to rebuild this one. Yeah, that looks right. Oh, hay fever in the city is terrible. Oh, not good. Okay. So I presume we're probably going to have it just come out here and go up to the top floor. It's going straight up to the modular frames. So, and that'll be 300. That'll be marked. That'll just go whip way up there. Just for reference, right? But I mean, this side alone will only make 150. No. No. It's a quarter. We'll make 75. Which I don't think will matter. Oh, yeah, we can do Mark II. That's right. Done now. Doesn't matter. Got a little bit of ahead of ourselves here, didn't we? Do it. And one here. Yeah, that's gonna be impossible to see if that's lined up. Oh, so it's lined up with this little, these little lines on the floor. So it's got to be that one. Now this is actually 300 because it's 20. That's the middle lane, so it'll be. Means this will need to be 4. Individual ones can be Mark 1. Let's see if we can make these the same size as like just past a little dot. The distance from the middle to the outside the square. Yeah, I would say that's about that is. Okay. Right. It helps that this constructor is like right at the edge of this concrete. Makes it easy to line up. Jesus. Yeah, because this 300's being split into two. Right. That'd be 150, so Mark 3 belt should be fine. Suppose we haven't run out of power yet. I feel like we must be far away from a power line. Maybe that one there is keeping us up. I think it was overkill, but I'm pretty sure we put Mark 3 belt here, even though it only needed to be 75, right? We might as well keep it consistent. Consistently wrong. Yeah, because that's 150. And that's 75, 75. So altogether's 300. The middle one. No, it didn't need to be Mark 4. There you go. Oh no, yeah, 150. It's too much. Mark 3. So yeah, this could have been Mark 3. Oh well. Alright, iron rods done. Close all these surgical scars up. We've essentially got to do the same thing on the other side. Yeah, I know. They do get... Well... Yes. But once you got glass in them, they're not so... They don't look so bad. It's just for the moment they look kind of crappy. But they will look better. I hope. The logistics floors will look legitimately dark though, because they won't get any glass paneling because we're hiding our logistic floors of shame. Okay, so the next one. So this is the part that's going to be a little bit difficult because essentially what we need to do is this is going to be 600, right? This is 20 smelters at 30, that's 600. So these this one, which is both of those together, each line of these represents 300. 3, 6, 9, 6, 9, 12, 1500, which is what we need. $300, $600, and then 75 of these. So this is where we're going to have to break it. So what we might have to do is reverse 2 of these to come out on their own path and then re-merge with these 600. A logistics floor that is over 200% as tall as it. Yeah, I know, right? I don't know. I feel like you can fit most logistics on a pretty small amount of floor, though. Because the reason these need to be so big is just because the machines are so tall, right? Like, I mean, the manufacturer is like twice as tall as this thing is. So, and then again, it requires 4 belts. So. Well, not this particular recipe. You don't even... Oh, yeah, it does. Requires 4 belts. There you go. So maybe the logistics floor for that one will be quite messy. Which is... No. Not ideal. Right. So what might actually be easier, instead of flipping these two... Because, like, if we turn these two around... We're going to have to move the merges onto these ones, and then we're going to have to somehow get these merges to re-merge with that merger on the wrong side. Might actually just be easier to turn these around. And that's yeah. So that'll be 30. This will be 60, 75. So one more merger here. Yeah, each of these represent 600. Yeah. So this belt needs to be able to carry 600. Wrong, you reckon? Might need to be further away. Ah, it's going the wrong way. Yeah, these are all supposed to come out this way. Okay. No, that worked. It's fine. It's fine. So these two are now 60, right? So that's still a Mark 1 belt. We can just plug it in the back. And that'll be 675. And we should be able to... I don't feel comfortable with that. It feels to me like that didn't work. Now we're just going to be careful about what's above this. So it's in line with these squares. I feel like we can put the floor hole in now, right? A little bit off center from the square, but that's fine. It should be there. So I'm considering actually just redoing all of this. I'm just... because having it come up here and then having to get it to the other side of the floor is just like a real pain. Like, there's no clear path on any of these logistic flaws without us like diverting and then having to go through another belt. It would be a lot easier if we could just have it go out. So as much as it's a pain, I feel like we might do that. This means we'll have to redo not only just the merges, we'll have to redo these as well. The lifts, I assume, given how often these lifts break when you get rid of something out of it. Redo the belts too. But I think in the end it's going to be a more efficient product, which is really why we're here, right? Merger goes that way. It's also why we have these floor holes in here, right? So we can pretty easily just go snap. Why is that not snapping? Oh, because you're not actually on. Right. Which really makes me think, despite how labor intensive it is, we probably really should go put some floor holes on all of these. Because not only does it look better, and this game is nothing if not a game of aesthetics. You might save yourself headaches in the long run. Doesn't help. Gap here is so small. What is wrong with this? What is this? I was like, this looks so weird. What is this? But yeah, that's actually not right. Why? Yeah, that's better. That's weird. Yes, it is nicely fixed. I feel like there's little things you do in this game that, you know, if you put the effort in to do certain things in a certain way, it's a lot easier to unfix mistakes. I don't know why I'm ducking my head. Like, if I get lower on the screen under this roof, I can see what I'm doing better. Like, I'm legitimately in an enclosed area. I should sit up. There's no reason for me to be doing that. That's silly. Like those people that sway to the side when they're trying to get their Mario Kart to turn faster. Like maybe if I duck, I'll be able to see lower. Like, I know I'm playing this game for pleasure, right? I'm playing this game because I want to and I enjoy it. I feel like if I was in some kind of never-ending nightmare or some kind of hell loop, it would resemble something like this. Extremely finicky, highly manual, mostly pointless objective you just have to do, like, forever. Just for all eternity. Putting conveyor floor lift holes in. Okay. Now, there's a chance I probably got a couple of these wrong, but it'll do. They will look about right. Okay. So now, put the conveyor belt back in. Add another merger. Nah, I don't like that there. That's too close. That is right down the line, but it's too close. We'll do... there. You know what I might do? Because, like, we don't use lifts that often, right? I feel like we can come in here. I feel like we should replace these hotkeys with 5, 4, and 5. Actually, you know what we can do? We can put that, because we don't really use the 0. Not really. I feel like if we really do need lifts, we can come in and change it like this. Which I really should do for conveyor belts more often too. These... Oh no, we did this up to 75, so we can't use Mark 1 for that. That's Mark 2, so that's 75, that's 600, 675. And then basically all the rest of these will be going off to make screws. Just a metric hit ton of screws. Thank God we've got the cast screw, so you go straight from iron ingot to screws too. Because if we had to put 40 constructors to make the iron rods as well, that would have been an actual nightmare. But thank goodness we don't. Okay. So if we need 22 constructors, how many hard drives have I scanned? I would say 10, maybe? 10 to 15. Yeah, 15 being like the upper margin of memory error bound. I wouldn't have found more than 15, I wouldn't have thought. And a couple of them I picked the +6 inventory perk too, because my inventory management's always terrible. Especially because it took me ages to find any SAM. So I didn't have dimensional storage for like probably more than you're supposed to. Because I just didn't find SAM for like ages in this game. Any spectacular alternate recipes? Well, yes, the cast screw one, this one. So normally, you have to turn iron. So when you first start, you have to turn iron into rods and then rods into screws. Which means you essentially double the amount of constructors you need to make the screws. But this particular recipe turns the same. It's only a little bit faster, but it's the same amount of materials. And it goes straight from ingots to screws. Like it literally is, in this recipe, it saves us building 40 constructors. It's massive. You need screws for, well, both reinforced iron plate and the heavy modular frame. So there's screws in this recipe, and then there are screws inside. I'm pointing at the screen like you can see where I'm pointing. So inside modular frames are the reinforced plates, and inside reinforced plates there are screws. So you need it for two different things. So basically we're essentially going to mimic this side, except there's going to be two more. One is going to be overclocked at 0.5, which honestly we might even just put them on the end. Is that going to really, because there's enough space there, I think. Well, over this side. Although we might have overdone it a little bit. Oh no, it's the rear, it's this floor. Yeah, I was going to say, I think this floor might run into this, but actually, it's this floor that's going to be important, and that shouldn't run into anything. I think I do have another I think I do have one. But it's not that much better. Reinforced iron plate. So we have the, yeah, I have one, the bolted iron plate. But like, it's not actually better. Right? It's, well, it's faster. That's about it. Which means we'd need less. So we'll plug it in. What's it called? That might be a really good point. There's a recipe. So what this might mean is this might actually just mean, assuming this doesn't change. Well, let's see. That's times by 3. The 5 minutes times by 3. That's times, but I don't think this is times by 3. Well, it's obviously not, because 3 times 12 is 36. What's it called? Bolted iron plate. Ah, didn't change anything. Yeah, right. Didn't like it. Okay. Well, the internet website tool knows, it's far smarter than I am, so if it says not to use it, then we're not going to use it. So let's reline all these back up again. Don't need to worry about this. That's coming from the train line. Assembler, assembler, assembler. We're going to do our best to basically mimic the other side. Mirror the other side, I should say. Which means probably doesn't need to go that wide. So these are the two central inputs. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, okay. That's literally how far it needs to go. There's an alt recipe that replaces a screw ingredient. Yeah, that would be nice. Screws are a real pain. And they're going to be taking up a lot of this space. It really doesn't, like, it's also, like, not a lot of iron is going into this. Like, that's a lot of constructors and not a lot of iron going in there. Pretty mental. So we know that's how far we need to go. We should be fairly careful with our concrete. Until we've built up a decent supply, we should only use the foundational that we need. Put down the foundation of the logistics floor that we actually need. So get into a good habit of getting our lifts out like this. We need Mark 5 lift. Is this going through anything? Nope. Perfect. Up into the logistics floor. Where we will put our floor holes in. So because we're going to try and make this actually lined up, right? But this is a little off. Why is this a little off center? Yeah. Because it's attached to one of the lifts. First off, before I... Yeah, right. Just did not put these in. So I wonder if the alternative here... I wonder if we go... that, and we just put a straight merger on it. That lines it back up. Perfect. God, I can't even get out of here. Right. It's gotta be here somewhere. Right there. Like that one and that one. Probably more of these two. We didn't really start this with any kind of decorum. We didn't... It's like one nudge away from the end of being right on the edge. So we really probably should have started this one, like one nudge that way, but that's fine. This needs to be input, one nudge, lock that, and that's lined up. So the little foot is lined up with the inside line. The little foot is lined up with the inside line, and it is one nudge away from the end. So this is our, like, reference point. And we want... I mean, if we're splitting it... Yeah. So we're splitting it to be 11. If we're adding 2 onto two of these lines, what we should do, instead of what we originally said, having 2 here, we should have 1 on each line, because the split is going to split it in half. So we want to put... I mean, one of them is going to be overclocked to 0.5, but it's better than having 2.5 drain one line over none than have 1 and 1.5. That's more balanced. Three, 4. I think what I kept doing was I would put one down and then I would go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, thinking I would need 5. But that is 5 plus 1, which is 6. So I swear to God, I passed primary school. I promise I did. we're going to have it on the 2 internal lines, I think. And we don't need to like screw around with like where they need to be. We can just have these line up. Make sure they're the right way around. That's lined up, so we'll lock that. And the little feet needs to be just inside this line. So like there. And we know then that under the guts will line up properly. At least it should, right, in theory. So 1, 2... 3, 4, 5. I think it's funny that I finally figured out why I was getting, well, subconsciously I was getting the numbers wrong, and it's the first time that I get it right, and we actually need 6. So, joke's on me, I guess. We don't need to fill in this hole yet. So we'll keep this hole open so we can place better. Alright, so lined up somewhere about here. Little foot just inside this line. Three, 4, 5, 6, and you. We completely thought we were a bit iron plate. You will be overclocked to 150. Right, have I done these the right way around? Yeah, input, input. Oh no, this is the wrong way around. It needs to be outputs going together. Hello. What's going on? All right. Have fun. What are we having for dinner? Didn't answer. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not sure. Am I not asking Archie?
I don't know, Molly's food.
Hello, little man.
Tacos?
Chicken tacos?
Yeah,
Love chicken tacos. Oh, yeah, some other crappy mince meal, isn't it? Chicken tacos it is.
alright, bye then. Come on.
Hmm? Hello. Archie. He's only got eyes for the door. Hello. What's going on? Look at him squirming. He wants to get away. Alright. Check that the door is closed, I suppose. So that's lined up with that one. This one, same line. In line with the inside line. That we don't need that one. It's only for those two. Like, I don't even know if we need this many heavy modular frames, but I can only imagine that all of this stuff will be important eventually, right? Like heavy modular frames sounds like something that we will need a fair bit of. So. And we're making literally as much as we can with the iron that is around here, so. We're going to need a bit more. Because the output still comes out this side. Looks like we've done the whole logistics floor anyway, so. So the next logistics floor is probably going to be like only here anyway. So that's probably a bit high, but it's there as more of a reference point than anything. All right. So these are the 2 input lanes. So we want to make sure. Actually, the output lanes are probably going to go out that way. Out that direction. So we just need to split it anywhere. Front. Yeah. Are you lining all your rows of machines based on their input floor holes being just inside the edge of the... it's more just like... I use reference points on the concrete floor to know where I'm not actually lining it up so it lines up with the place on the floor. I'm just using the lines on the floor as a reference point to make sure that they're all in line, if that makes sense. Because like there are these like lined up lines, but if the machines are too far away, they don't appear. Right, if they're this far away, the lines don't show up, so you've kind of just got to use other reference points to make sure that they're lined up. Yeah, it's whatever happens to, like, you'll notice that I would fly over here and I would just find somewhere on either one of these like outward bounds of the machine. Like I would come over here and like, this is useless to me, right? Because there's no reference point to where this foot lines up with. So I can't use, so I'd come over here and be like, oh, it's in line with the inside line. And I would just use that to know that this is lined up because it is also lined up with the inside line. So yes, just coincidental. If we're splitting this in half, that's 337.5. Has to be Mark 4. Okay. Oh yeah. I feel like sometimes I make this game harder for myself. Like, whatever. These are all iron plates. They're all 30 and 20. So this can all be Mark 1. So what we've got to not do is like do this side first, like make it all line up, and then realize there's a sixth one here. So let's make sure we put this in first. What we're going to do is we're going to do the floor holes as we go. So we don't have to do them in bulk when everything's all, when there's like splitters in here ruining everything. Making it hard to get into. It always moves right at the last second. Yeah, so it splits into 375, which is 337.5, I should say. These are all Mark 1. It's going to take me a little bit of time to get used to 6 not being the Mark 1 left, but we'll get there. But you're right, if I was like more planned or more like perfectionist, I would make all of these like actually line up with the floors, because I think they do. Actually, these particular constructors, I don't think they actually line up particularly well, because it's not like they are two full lengths, right? So you're never going to get them to line up particularly well. Man. So we need to do this one first, so we know that it's actually, because if we try to do this one first by itself, right, we might not get it properly lined up. So we're going to do this one first. Make sure we're not right in the middle, and then we can use that as a reference point to make sure it's lined up. And we're just got to try and do the rest of them without slowly moving forward at the last second and getting it out of whack. They are not right. How are they not right? One of these is wrong. You. did it again. Pressed 6. Don't need to move that roof now, I don't think. Right, now they line up. Okay. There we go. You ever feel like sometimes you're just losing your mind a little bit? All right. And 3 Mark 4. Right in. When these belts go wrong, they really go wrong, huh? They've got absolutely zero chill. Alright, so there's our input split. We just need to do our outputs. Which should still all be like Mark 1. In fact, it's going to be even less because it's 20. So it's going to output, 450 plates. It should be all doable on Mark 4. That's helpful. Merger. And so if it's 450, do this with a Mark 4 lift. Yeah, it's like this. I'm pretty sure this logistics floor lines up with this belt. Which means the screw logistics floor is going to have to just deal with this. Not sure whether it will matter. We might be able to get what iron ingots we need come along here. Just sneak past. And be distributed from here, right? We'll go up in a little lift here and then spread out from here. Shouldn't be a problem. Well, we came over here. This floor will continue. We might put the... because this... Isn't that weird? Another one like that. We might put the floor hole in. So that, we can just get rid of that and then make it as high as we want it to when we get to it. Oh yeah, that's what happens when it gets reversed. Eesh. Just shoot at it. That'll fix the problem. So these 5 will be outputting 100 a minute. Does that mean these 5? Oh, they're even less. Okay. Because we had Mark III belt there. I was like, maybe Mark III belt was necessary if it was 30. So 5 times 30 would be 150. Yeah, okay. But it wasn't. It's 15. It's even less. So this will be 120. 6 of them will be 120. So this will actually need to be... Actually, you technically could get away with Mark II, but for build-ups and shit, we'll just use Mark III. Because, you know, you never know when you want it to be out. You never know when you want it to, like, spit out a whole bunch faster than it needs to. Oh, yeah, and the 2 6s. I didn't even mean to do this, but the 2 6s will line up with each other, and we can just merge them together. That's actually accidentally brilliant. Shit, we probably should have done holes first. Only while watching Twitch streams, or at least that is the only... Yeah. See how your floor holes are exactly on the inside edge of the floor tile here? Oh, yeah, like here. Yeah, that's just coincidence. Like, honestly, if I was actually... Like I said before, if I was more like... And I don't mean OCD, but for lack of a better word. If I was more pickety... What even is a better word? If I was more of a perfectionist, right? I would have all of them back onto a singular row of concrete like this, right? So you would have this one line up like that. But the problem is, like, I don't think... The problem occurs, right? So in order for that to happen, this one would have to be backed onto this one. But I don't know if you could get lift, merger, lift, reduced to that much space. Like, having it move however much space that is, 2 floor holes worth. I don't think there's... I mean... I guess technically there, right, is 2 floor holes worth. But it just means you can... The problem I have with that particular setup, and there's some on the other logistics floors that are also like this, is if you can't see the belt going from the splitter to the lift, you can't tell if it's working. Because... I mean, you can kind of see if the things are going in here or not, but, like... One of the biggest problems is it's really hard to tell whether... It's really hard to tell whether a lift is actually connected to the machine or whether it's just there in place. If you know what I mean. So I like to be able to see the belts. But I agree with you. If you could have them all lined up like this and still have a little bit of belt, that probably would be ideal. So the 2 of these together are outputting So they're outputting 120, which means altogether this is going to be 240. Actually, more than that, it's 250. Because one of these is overclocked. Could have sworn we overclocked one of these. Oh, we must have removed it when we got them around the wrong way. Yeah, that probably is. So yes, with that one being at 30, that will be 250, which actually fits with this, right? Because if they're 5 times 20, 100 each, 250, 200, then 250 is 400. Okay. So 250 should be a Mark III belt. That up. Now just do the last output. My brain will get it one day. Then we're going to need to put a merger in here too. So that's input, right? Yeah. It's got to be here. Got to be lined up there. Got to be lined up with this one, which is not. I think that's lined up. So 100 can be Mark II. Hmm. 100 plus 250 would be 350. $350 would require Mark IV. Go into here. And then hopefully that's Mark IV. Awesome. Actually, also, I don't know whether we did this or not. I bet you we didn't. This needs to be all on iron rods. So you're already done, so we can leave you. Give you on plates. Copy. So can I Control Shift? Oh, this is going to be so hard. W and V at the same time. So I'm Control Ving, Wing, and Shift for sprint at the same time. It's almost guaranteed I missed one of those, right? That is an... Ugh. Fingers did not like that. That was hard. Okay. Cover this up. So we still got to deal with the powering of all this shit, but it's fine. So shift. So this is normal fly. Put this in first. So this is normal flying. This is shift flying. So I could have just flown down around at slow speed, going Control V, but I wanted to shift Control V. Go click, 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 click. Basically just being impatient more than anything. All right, so that's the plates done, right? We're all done here. There's no belts missing. There's no lifts missing. So this is one of the good things about the hover pack, right? So you can only Control V on it when you can select it, which is like when you're on the ground is here. But in the hover pack, it's like here. So you can copy a setting from this far away at the hover pack. So you kind of just want to hover pack around and paste because it's a lot easier to do than walking right up to each one. Jesus, that is really cutting it fine, huh? Jesus. We don't even need that much space. We probably could. If we moved it in, it's not going to fit. That's going to be real awkward. That's fine. We'll just have it clip through the world a little bit there. So the last row... Wouldn't mind a mid-game upgrade to Control V range. Yeah. It's pretty useful. I feel like it doesn't need to be that much further. This is 10, 20, 30, 48. Okay, that's why it stops. No. So that means we can have this... Is that right? That doesn't look right. That looks real bad. I guess so. So with what's 485 iron ingots. Now that we've diverted 75 that way, 400 and... There's 10, but we've diverted 2. That will be 16. 16 times 30 is 480. Yeah. When was it? This one. This one we've overclocked by 0.5. And so the 167 will take it from 480 to 485. Okay. So you need to be 35. 16667. Cool. To where you can hover near the midpoint of 20 machines and just aim with a mouse. Can you do that? I think you probably could do that here, right? These are smelters. That's probably not the best example. Obviously, you can do it with smelters. Yeah, you're right. You can't quite reach over there, right? That's true. But, I mean, I would agree with you more a little bit if you didn't have the hover pack. So, But getting around with the hop pack's quite easy, so. But I mean, if it turned up one day, obviously I'd use it, right? But it's not the end of the world if we don't. I mean, that just doesn't look right, right? That looks like that belt has not been put in correctly. But I guess it has. Okay. Let's just not worry about it too much. 485. That will need to be... Oh, it's just too much for a Mark IV lift too. Alright. Be like that. This is lined up. Yeah. Just with that. Okay. You're come out like that. Which means this is going to have to be all Mark V belt as well. Because it's all going to be 485. Ah, yes. It's these two, but not these two. Yeah. We just don't want to connect these two to these two. So your iron ingots are going to come out. Here. We want them to go directly down here. Yeah, along here. I mean, there's a fair bit of space here. It's a very spacey factory. I mean, it gives us more room. We want to expand, I suppose, in the future. Actually, I don't know. Did we ever actually get this? Surely we must have got this. Dog. Yeah, we got it. Okay, good. When I first started playing this game, I thought this was like crashed trains. I think it's supposed to be like the hub, right? I think. Or the first thing you land in, which I can't really remember what that looks like. There is supposed to be... It's definitely supposed to be a belt there. Right. Yeah. There's no way to get in there. First thing, the first thing you land in, I take issue with how they animated the loop strap fabric next to the player. Okay. You take umbrage with that. I genuinely don't even remember. I don't remember that at all. Yeah, I like them in this space. You know, it makes it feel a bit open. It's gonna look sick when it's all glassed in too. Okay, so let's start prepping the last real major hurdle here. $38 constructors. Because, I mean, it's a lot of assemblers, but I think this should be a fair bit easier. I mean, all these numbers are smaller than these. The loop is flapping upward like it is in the wind, but the drop pod is encased and decelerating. That is true. It could be the air, like the air conditioning system blowing on it, I suppose. Like, if you're rapidly descending into a new atmospheric environment that has its own air pressure, the capsule would need to repressurize to the outside environment, which would require an influx of air, right? Quickly, which could make it flat. So it could be like the repressurization system, but it's mostly just probably a mistake. Most likely a mistake. Uh-oh. Okay, so can we get high enough to stand on top of this thing? Not gonna let us, is it? Video game physics apologists bits no. You know, someone's got to. I'd really like to be able to stand on top of this so I can look around. Okay. I can stand on that one. So if we need 38 constructors, and these two together are essentially the same. But we've got to fit it inside of... Because we can't keep going this way because we're going to run into that. Although, if this is about the size of 40... We just got to be careful that the logistics floor is not going to run into this, right? But it's not 40, it's 38, which would be 19 on each side. So if we split from the middle here... We might actually be able to do it in the space, in this amount of space. Actually, that's, yeah, we should definitely. We just got to think about how we're going to avoid running into these belts. But I think we can do it inside this. I mean, we definitely can. Like, this is 40 constructors. We should be able to fit that in the same amount of space here. So what we might do, if we need... $38. Does it go better into 2 or does it go better into 3? For 19, but if we split it into 3, it goes 12. That's not very good. Because we could go 12. So I'm thinking more along the lines of we have a splitter that goes in 3 directions, right? You'd have 12 off each chute, but 2 of them would need a 7th. Oh, sorry, a 13th. I think this might be a better way to do it. Come on, get up there. This is the best observation tower we've found so far too, by the way. Build a lift really fucking high. There's little locks on there. Okay. So if we start building it like literally from here. We might just have to get, so you gotta have them come from the very middle. So if we need 19 on each side, that would be one side of 9 and one side of 10. That would be double that again. I don't think it'll fit. So 5 requires 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, they're like literally one each. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's going to go over the belt. Two rows is going to require 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Actually, no, I'm thinking about this wrong. So if it's 19 either side. Yeah, no, I was right. It's 9 and 10. I mean, we probably could. We got a decent amount of power shards. We could overclock, like. So instead of it being 9 and 10, it was 9 and 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It would just fit. It would be tight, but it would just fit. We're obviously going to summer sloop these, right? Like, what the fuck? I don't know how much extra power that's going to need, but at this point, I feel like that's probably the smartest use of what summer sloops we have. Oh, we're losing power. Oh, God. Right in the middle of this one. Because we're going to need these power anyway. And we kind of need it just to make sure we keep hovering, so... Okay. Sorry, tree. Progress demands sacrifice. This stuff probably doesn't need to be this long. Our logistics floor is going to run into problems over here, though. Hopefully it won't be a problem. Mostly gonna be okay, I think. Like enough. It's above the ground enough here for it to be snapping to. Just gonna be some pretty grassy concrete. Yeah. Okay. We've got 6. Yeah, we got heaps of space here. We've got 6 to work with. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're going to have them come right down the middle. Yeah, that's going to be tight. And just going to squeeze in. Eesh. our splitter needs to be right. In the middle of that one. Doesn't really look right, does it? And then in the middle of this one. And then the first splitter will be, I presume, there. See, I don't love that. I don't love it. Steel screw, cast screw. So if we're turning 9 and 10 into 9 and 9, this one should be at 200. Screw, and then someone needs to make up the 0.8. I mean, I can't tell if that's connected. Like, we can assume this is connected, right? And then we can put the rest of the 8 that we need. One, 2, 3, 4, 6, and this should line up perfectly. 7, 8, with the end. So we got one of these wrong. I don't think we did. Except they're all wrong. Except they're all wrong. Yeah, almost scarily smug. We had got the right one. If we had got the lead one right. These aren't yeah, because we're lining it up relative to this. I was going to say these, it's going to bug me a little bit. These aren't lined up with each other. Kind of annoys me. But I don't think we have the luxury of nudging this down one. Actually, you know what? We definitely do. If we're going to do something, we're going to do it right. That's where it currently is, and we need it to be one more nudge down, right? One more little doot down. Yeah. which means it's not going to line up with the concrete properly, but also I'd rather it lined up. It's more obvious that it doesn't line up with the other machines than it doesn't line up with the concrete, right? So I'd rather it lined up with the other machines. About there. And it's one along. Okay. We almost had it. Cast screw. At 200. Cast screw at 180. Two, 3, 4, 5. How was that there for? 6, 7, 8. All lined up. Six, 7, 8. Problem is with this design is we have to remove 2 lots of concrete whenever we want to get into the guts. But it should be a lot easier to roll out too. The only problem is the outputs on this side are going to run over this a little bit. So let's see where that actually comes out. Yeah. Even if we put a half one in for it to run along. Yeah, it fits now, but the actual iron ores are going to clip through here. So just for this one, we might have this go internally. We'll merge them internally instead of externally. Cross that bridge when we come to it. I'm assuming the 0.8 is the 5, right? 480 would be... It's not the right one. 50. Yeah, 475. I've used overlapping half tiles at right angles to create quarter holes in the floor. I haven't. That is not a bad idea. If I ever need that. That's actually, yeah, that is a smart idea. So like that. Problem is in this game is like, I would see that. Like the clipping of the two things make it like fidget like that. And I would just forever see that. But if I ever really did need it to get into like storage, it's a good idea. All right. That's 100 screws, so that will actually need Mark II lift and a Mark II lift. Yeah, I mean, I think they probably didn't fix it because most people don't like clipping. But a lot of the factories people make require you to have foundations to clip through all of it in order to fit, so yeah. Yeah. But like, I guess the point is maybe you're not supposed to clip, so they could get away with saying, well, you're not supposed to clip, right? And everything else after that can be Mark 1. Just the first two that need to be Mark 2. Tell you what, if this really does work, this might be actually a better way to do it without the... I just don't trust there not being conveyor belts connecting these, you know? Yeah, give it... Oh, exactly. Give us a quarter tile. The other thing they need to build is... The other thing they need to include in this game is this, but a glass version. So, say you want to make a roof, right? And you want to make it triangular against a flat edge. You can't make the triangle glass because there's no triangular glass. It's only concrete steel. It's annoying. Even a floor tile. Yeah, with this centered window. Yeah, true. Yep. Alright, so this will be 240. Just over 240. So Mark III should be fine in each direction. Hang on. Now we need to put, now we need to put the floor covers in. It's lucky you can hover at low altitudes like this. It makes it a lot easier to just zoom around. Alright. That actually fits in quite snugly. What are you doing there? Ah. You're the rods, right? 300 iron rods. I mean, we could just match it with Mark 4. Okay, now we just need to mirror this. Which I'm assuming if that needs to go on that side, this is going to be the same. Yeah, it would normally line up with that, but it's in one nudge. So it would be there. But it's got to be in one. And that looks lined up to me. Okay. So one of you needs to be... Actually, no. Because that's at 200. And that's at 180 because we need the 0.8. But if we only need... It's supposed to be 9 and 10, but one of them's going to be double overclocked to make it 9 and 9. We can actually make it 9.5 each to make it an even distribution. So you're going to get 1 each. And that'll make it 9.5. Make 19, because that's how numbers work. 1, 2, 3, 6. Have I got this wrong? 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh yeah, this edge is 1 less than this edge. So these are the 2 internal. It has the 3 iron ore belts on it, and that's 1. That's 2.5. This one's only 2. Hmm. Oh well, let's add one more, I suppose. That can be the end of the world. It's not going to look super symmetrical. We're going to have to redo the power lines too. All right. Do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 4, 5, 6, 7. This is going to go right to the edge. That is not good. It's too late now. We've invested too much in this layout. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. These are 75 yet. I need to mark 2. The rest can be mark 1. just a little off. And then we need Mark III belt. Half screws. Paste it, paste it, paste it. So we go check and check, make sure they're properly overclocked because the paste might have undone the overclock. Yeah. These two still right. 1.8. Okay. That's going to create 1,940 screws a minute, which we don't have a belt for. We don't have a belt for that. We're going to have to be creative here. We've got to do all these ones too. So, copy. You're still correct. Okay. Each side of this is going to be 400, 500. This one's 490. Each one of these is going to have to be split. Yeah, 500 and 490. And this is 4.7. So these side of 475 each. So these two sides can both be done on Mark IV belts, but we're going to have to figure out... Well, actually, the two 450s, right? So one side can just go to the reinforced iron plates and everything else. Wait, did I get that? Did I math that right? Oh, right, yeah. 500. And this would be 490. But that only equals 990. Where's the other? $50 gone. Six, 7, 8, 9, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 times 4, 36. plus 37.8. 37, 38.8. Because these are 0.5 each. And this one is a whole extra one. Making sure I'm not doing basic math wrong. Ah, right, because it's not 450, it's 475. And 475 is more than 950. Okay. You know what? We're going to remove these. So this side is genuinely 900. So this side, and we're just going to move the overclocked. It's going to unbalance the load a little bit. But it's going to be easier than having to cut out 50 from this side and add it to this side. So this side's going straight into the plates. And everything else is going straight into the manufacturers. Okay, that makes it a little bit easier. So we'll have... Because I was figuring out how we were going to re-add all of these over this belt. We can have them... Yeah, we're just gonna have to merge these two in the middle. Oh no, we can just merge out and then go up. Works. Because we don't have a belt that can carry 900, so even though these are only going into these 15, right? They're going to be carried on two separate belts. They are only 50 minutes, so they can all be Mark 1 belts, which is still pretty handy. Merger. Then you're going out that way. It's going to end up being 450 total. So we can run Mark 4 belts. Oh, and we don't even need to put the concrete on to be able to do the lift holes either. It's very convenient. We'll do that one first. Jet out that way. And out like that. And a or belt like that. God, it's taken us almost the full 4 hours. Well, we've still got 45 minutes left. It's taken us 3¼ hours just to build this one floor. I mean, it's the biggest floor by far, but Jesus. Giraffe lifts just sticking out of the floor. Okay. Now the last one. Fill in all these gaps too. Make it look a bit more pretty and professional. I know what I'm doing. I clearly don't. This needs to be marked. That's that one. Everything else can be Mark 1. It's just gonna fit inside this greenery. Split up. So this one will be 7 times 50 plus. 100, right? Yeah. 525. Thank God I got this flashlight, huh? Be in the total dark. Jesus. Just shoot it. Guessing this is like for the... Yeah, okay. Oh, Lord. Oh, yes, and we are, first and foremost, 90. 90 plus 7 times 50 plus 25 plus 90. 15, which with 525 equals 1040. Very nice. That means this will need a Mark II belt, which we are going to turn internally. Keep it away from this, basically. At 515, that will have to be Mark V. Actually, no, we don't really have a choice, do we? We try and change the direction. It's going to make it all wonky. It's going to have to do it that way. Can't go out front because that's where the thing is. It's just going to have to be like that. Oh, that's so yuck. I don't like that. What happens if we do turn it around? The merger actually move? Ah, that's just as it's not level. Okay. Still gonna be weird. It's gonna be locked away. No one's gonna see it. It's gonna see it. I mean, other than there's going to be... Oh, no, the logistics floors are going to be covered off. But, yeah. Because... These are all... Because we don't want these to be facing outwards, right? Because if these face outwards, the thing's going to be... We're going to need even like a half step here. Even if we go half a foundation like that, have these be in line with that, it's going to be weird. I don't like it. So we've faced them internally. If you face them internally, then it comes up through the machine. So we've faced this last one externally. The lift can go out in a better spot, but it just means this one's going to be a little bit weird. But it's fine. It's fine. Right, little army of cast screws done. So this part is now done. No, it's not. We've still got these to do. I completely forgot these were here. I mean, it's not that many. It's only 6. And 12. It's like pretty small, really, compared to all of these. I guess we could still do it over here. The limestone and the steel are just one singular line that we could have come out. So the steel's going to come out here. The iron goes in and the coal comes in from the bottom. We haven't actually done the outputs for the steel yet. And then the limestone here. So we probably could have that come belt underneath this floor. On the roof along. And then come up by a lift here. And then the limestone here. Belt them out the same way. and then have them do their stuff here. And then their outputs can go along here and here, straight into the roof. Like the one that's 6, right? We can do the 6 constructors here over the top of this. Yeah, okay. 30 minutes. We can do it. We can do it. $45. I don't really know why this is also low. Like, this is a pretty big logistics flaw, but it's fine. We're going to follow the same. That's going to be 90 steel beams. And that's nothing. It's a Mark II belt. It's easy. That is crooked. That's not the right height. Oh. That's a really inconvenient place for that power line to be. Merger. Just trying to, we're going to get the direction right first. So it's like directly down this line. And it's 90 a minute, so it's all could be Mark II. So that's lined up with the line. It's in front. Okay. And 180 concrete. Oh, 540. It's 360. So it's 540 limestone. That'll need to be a Mark III. Okay, so if this is 3, we need to fix this. So if this is 360, it'll need to be Mark 4. Mark 4. Mark 4 belt. Mark 4 belt. And 540 will be Mark 5, right? Yeah. My brain's finally starting to come around to the terms that lifts are not hotkey 6 anymore. Finally. Are we going to need another merger here? This doesn't need to be 360, so half will be 180. But this can be 3. And 180, which means I can tell my brain's starting to get like a little bit fried because like I keep forgetting what mark belt this all needs to be and like what the numbers all are, and I have to keep checking it. It makes me feel like I'm just losing my mind because I can't remember anything. But I think my brain's just getting real tired. Okay, so that's the steel ingots that we can may go up to make steel beams. And all we need to do now is connect the 3 sandstones into one. Okay, so they just need one each. I think we're gonna put these on foundations too.
Mummy,
Hello, friends.
Mummy home.
Mummy is home. Mm-hmm. 20, yeah, 20 minutes. Pretty much. It's a bit weird, isn't it? Let's make it they can go like that. You need to be that. 180 will be Mark 3. I think this needs to be Mark 5, right? 540? Yeah. A merger in front of it. And 180 is 360. And combined together 540 is Mark. I think because in my brain, I wanted Mark 5, so I pressed 5, but that's Mark 3. Fine, I'm not having a down. Why are they not the same? Why are they not the same? Because it's on the square. Okay. It's still not the same, though. Whatever. I don't care. I mean, I do care, but... not of import. Still got a bunch of power we've got to put in it at the end of all of this too. So that's not going through that now. I need to set up. Oh, geez, that's some terrible posture. All right, so sandstone and steel ingots we have coming out. We're going to do our 6 constructors here. Starting from there. 3, 4, 5, 6. I feel like we might need to nudge these a little bit. if we have it be like that. Is it just going to scrape? Ignore the fact that it's clipping with that one. It's just going to fit inside the element. Will it fit here? No, it won't. Okay, so that's not an option either. So I feel like our sandstone can go out that way. So our 12 concrete constructors can go out that way. We're just going to have to be a little bit creative here. If you're making steel beams, it's 60 up a minute. So we might have to just go like that. So it's going to be right on the edge too, because this is 60 in and the Mark 1 belt is 60, so there's not going to be much room for error, but... Oh, come on, man. Don't do me like that. Sure, that won't make a huge difference, right? Are they the wrong way around? I mean, that's not lined up either. That's a problem, but this one should work. Nope, because we had one. Right, okay. Just got to fix this one. Oh yeah, that was just to make sure that it was fine. Okay, that's good. And then the output's going to be like 90, right? Yeah, we have to refix that. Okay. I'm guessing wherever that thing went, it would need to be there. Yeah. And 90 is just a Mark 1. All right, there's our encased steel, our steel beams. And it's just going to fit inside this rock. Almost like I planned it, but I definitely didn't. And we all know that. Alright, so the concrete comes here, and we need 12 constructors. These aren't going to be lined up. Oh, they're going to be so off. It's alright, it's fine. This is one of those things where we can have a splitter here. Okay. Looks like it. It's going to be a real tight fit, but we might have to go internally again. That's fine. It's better than redesigning this entire base from scratch, you know? 3, 4, 5, 6. Six. I was about to say, why do these look like they're not lined up? We're making concrete. It's 45, so these can all be Mark 1. How was dinner with the in-laws? It was good. It was good. We had Thai. I had massaman curry. It was okay. It was a bit bland. I really like massaman curry, but this one was not great. It had pineapple in it too, which is like... I mean, I'm not Thai, so... obviously not the authority on what should and shouldn't go to each kind of curry, right? But I don't know. I feel like pineapple in a curry is not... It's not the dumb thing, you know? But it was good. We had a good chat. The in-laws had just come back from like 6 weeks in Europe. So it's like a catch-up dinner. That was pretty nice. But yeah, like, we just sat around the table and talked for like 3 hours. Which is, you know, usually a good sign. How you doing, Thunderhawk? You've also come in right at the end. Like, I'm literally 3 minutes over. But, wishing my luck. Not a fan of pine. Yeah, I mean, it has its place, and its place is definitely not in a curry. Like, I like eating slices of pineapple, you know? It's pretty nice. Big fan of that. Don't want it in my curry, though. But maybe that's just a real white person opinion. Who knows? Merger. I like the flavor, but will not eat the fruit. Yeah. Actually, pineapple juice. Low key. Good juice. Can't have it all the time, but like every once in a while when you go to like a hotel or something, or you go stay at a resort. Actually, you guys, in Florida you might have them, but like obviously tropical resorts are quite common in Australia. Whenever you go to a tropical resort and you go to the breakfast, there's always pineapple juice, and that's yum. It's very yum. But we've spent the entirety of today building this floor, Hunter Thunderhawk. You were here yesterday for the first floor, so you will now notice all of our hard work yesterday underground, right? Today we've done all of this. Doesn't look like a lot, but there's a lot of messy conveyor belts underneath all of this. And this is the last thing we have to do. And then tomorrow we can work on the final floor. I like to marinate meat in pineapple juice. That's as far as it goes. Yeah, interesting. Makes it... Does it just make it sweet? Or does it actually taste like... Make it taste like pineapple? That's really interesting. So this will come out as 180 concrete. Oh, yeah, right. That's not a lot. Okay. So that'll be 90 either side to 180. We can mark to all of this. Hello.
Hello. Frank Walker.
Hello. Sweetens the meat and tenderizes it due to how pineapple attacks protein. Oh, nice. Ever thought about marinating meat in pineapple juice? No? Okay. Sounds nice. Yeah. Sweetens the meat and tenderizes it due to how pineapple attacks protein.
But does it make the meat taste like
He didn't say so. So,
glass?
yes. I said some... That's why he answered that way. Jesus. Well, did you ask? Nah. I forgot. I didn't think about it. Dinner?
Yeah.
Takis. We're having tacos for dinner. Chicken tacos, right? Yum. I mean, they're homemade, so like... It's great, but... What? It's one of my old work notebooks. It's got probably got a bunch of notes about...
I've written in it too.
Have you?
Well, I don't know, unless someone else grew that.
Pineapple is one of the few fruits that eats you while you eat it. Probably very acidic, right? Maybe basic.
Have you seen what it looks like under a microscope?
Pineapple?
Yeah.
No, I haven't. What does it look like?
God.
Guards.
Like stabbing.
So when it eats you, what you mean is it's tearing you up? Actually, no, when you do eat pineapple, it does make your mouth feel a little tingly, I suppose.
Archie.
No, never did. Never does. Doesn't give a shit. Okay. Second floor is done. I'm sure we will have missed something in here. We'll have to go fix it when we finally turn this on, but this is now done. So when we come back tomorrow... Why do we want this? I feel like that's not high enough. That's going to be the roof. And then we want our logistics floor. The logistics floor. And then the final floor will be there. She is lovely in her own way, you know? She's very nice. She's not very nice to our dog. Oh, no, that's mean. She is nice to our dog. Just like giving a shit about it. She's very impatient with Archie. Would you say you are sometimes impatient with Archie?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, see?
But only because
He's a little
I'm
shit.
joking.
Yeah. Okay.
Like, I never would actually hurt him.
Yeah, I know. That's why I immediately, like, rephrased what I was saying, because it made it sound like you were a dog beater or something. I was like,
And
well,
you said I'm lovely in my own way. What do you mean?
well, I mean, You know how some people are just like over nice, like they're now nice is their personality. Would you describe yourself as that? Because I wouldn't describe myself like that, and I'm a nice person, but I'm not like nice isn't my number one trait. So I'm nice in my
What would
own
you
way.
say my number one trait? Oh dear.
I've fallen in a massive trap. Your number one trait.
Oh dear.
Because I can't say nice now. It's like the number one get out of jail card just to say your number one trait is how nice you are, but I can't say that now because that's my whole bit.
You should say how pretty I am.
Yeah, but you can't say your number one trait is how attractive you are, because then that just makes it sound like I'm really superficial. I would say, I got it. I got it. Your number one trait is how caring you are.
Oh.
Winner.
That is true.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
And maybe that's why I get so frustrated with Archie. I care a lot about him.
Okay. Yeah, that's probably true.
And I want him to be okay.
Alright, so tomorrow we'll come back and we'll finish with our last 45 assemblers, which should fit in this space pretty snugly, I would have thought. And then 3 manufacturers. And our heavy modular frame factory will be done. And then we'll start... Actually, because once we've done that, then we've got to get the rubber... We've got to get the rubber from here, which the train line is already here, right? We've got to build the train station and then build the rubber into the manufacturer. And then we've got to go increase our rubber. We're going to go double our rubber production, including all the power as a byproduct. And then we're going to make our SAM. There's copper here to make, because we're mining SAM, but we want to make SAM fluctuators automated. So we'll do that. And then with the smokeless powder we're making, we're going to make the rifle. We're going to automate the rifle ammo with that copper right there. And we're going to put a train station in here. We've got a lot to do tomorrow, but hopefully this last bit shouldn't take too long. He says, like it always takes in ages. But I feel like the largest hurdle in this factory is over and done with. So, we'll be back tomorrow to do that. But we're going to go make dinner. So, thanks for watching, everyone. I appreciate it, as always, for being so caring. And, yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. Bye, everybody. See ya.